female employees as a total of all employees, and a percentage of Black employees as a percentage. Chairperson, this is our indicators for the 2026-2027 as far as corporate services is concerned. Next page, we're talking to the employment, the JIPA employment statistics. This slide, Chairperson, is very critical because we have now established that this current structure of JIPA is not adequate to achieve fully our objective. This structure was approved in June 2023 and concurred by the DPSA or the MPSA, Minister for the Public Service, in 2024. We are now in 2027, but already there is a clear disjuncture between what this structure can achieve. And this is the discussion that we are going to have with our executive authority. Let's move on. Senior management, that's the next slide. I'm not going to spend time here. I will talk to this slide on the next one. Let's skip the slide 10 and go to 11. Yeah, next one. Yes. Chairperson, this slide is very concerning. With regards to the levels in government, you would notice that the JIPA is peaking at a level 6, which is your administrative level, if you like, or your team assistant levels, your data capturers. So JIPA is peaking at the level that assumes that we are a highly manual institution, and we know the challenges with manual processes. That's where we encounter issues of fraud, corruption, incorrect data capturing. Hence, this is also supporting the move to have JIPA under the auspices of GEPF, where we will relook at, after modernizing JIPA, you are going to need more knowledge workers as opposed to production workers. And this is our journey, Chairperson, that would ensure that this institution turns around. Otherwise, we are going to have same issues year in, year out, but at least we managed to go to the core of what our challenges may be. Thank you. Next slide. Next slide is finance. The key deliverables there is preferential procurement for women-owned business, payment of invoices within 30 days, and of course, the elephant in the room, reducing unclaimed benefits. These are the approved and tabled key deliverables in our APP. We are supposed to achieve all these with the budget as reflected at the bottom there, Chairperson. 26-27, we will be operating with a budget of 1.67 or 68 billion, increasing to 1.6 and to 1.79. These are the financial resources that we have at our disposal to ensure that we are a customer-centric government pensions administration agency. Then we move to sub-program 1.3. So this sub-program business and enablement is basically supported by our availability and capability of our ICT systems as we're moving away from manual processes and ensuring that some processes that are digitalized, are automated, can assist us with managing this SLAs that we have with GEPF, DMV, and National Treasury. Of course, there's also dependencies in this ICT environment where we have to have live and up-to-date interfaces with other government departments. As an example, the Department of Home Affairs here, or SARS, or the UIF. So those are the things that we're managing. Then let's move to strategic support. Again, cross-reference at the bottom with the pages of the APP. The strategic support key deliverables is the percentage of reaching our clients through the digital communication channels, and also digitizing funeral benefits, because as we know, funeral benefits are critical in ensuring that our members can have the benefit, or their families, I should have the benefits before they even bury the person. This is the type of assistance that will alleviate the pressures there, as opposed to families getting funeral benefits way after the funeral has happened. So that is the strategic support. We're moving. I'm still left with 3 minutes. We are going to be there. In terms of governance, we're talking around how other support functions that, in the view of EXCO, they are supported, but you would, once you start to understand JIPA, you will see that they are actually part of core business. Your legal services assist us to a great deal where there are disputes in families, where there are divorces, where there are all sorts of shenanigans. They assist us very well. The enterprise risk management, they will assist us where there is a corruption and fraud in terms of the claim processes. We rely on them before we release any payment to ensure that the payment goes to the rightful beneficiaries. And of course, internal audit always keeps us on our toes to ensure that all the gaps they identify we close, Chairperson. Then we move into page 16. Again, here it's just the statistics, committee members to go through at your leisure, and also to ask questions when it is question times. It is basically going a step lower into the details instead of, it is the high level that I have explained of program 2. GEPF members and beneficiaries, National Treasury, non-contributory benefits, and the military veterans pensions. So these are just the statistics to just give an idea of how much we administer on behalf of the three. Then we move to the next. This one gives the details, more details of what we're doing for National Treasury and DMV in terms of key indicators. But you can see here, most of our indicators are at 99%, almost close to 100, to ensure that all these non-contributory benefits are paid on time. The next one basically talks to the same treasury and military veterans. I'm not going to go into those details. And then we go to subprogram 2.2, employee benefits. Remember, the first two were treasury and DMV. So these are the key indicators as appearing in our APPs. But obviously, the more details of these are in the service level agreement, which are very detailed. So here we're just picking up the few that appears in the APP. But if you want to see the whole detail of how we administer pensions for the GEPF, you will have to go to the service level agreement. Then we move to the last slide. How am I doing on time? Done. Okay. I'm closing, Chairperson. Our last sub-program is the client relationship management. These are the client liaison officers that go around the country, all provinces, all regions, all, you name them, the mobile offices, any other interaction that we have with our members. This is the unit that does that. And their key indicators is to ensure 95% client satisfaction, 91% of client satisfaction levels, number of calls handled for the first time, and not clients or members calling more than once. And of course, we have walk-in centers where people log in, come physically. We also monitor that to say what is the percentage of the clients that are serviced through the walk-in centers. Chairperson, that is the summary of our APP, but the details is there as a cross-reference in all our slides. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Acting CEO, and I'm sure you are aware that I've been lenient in terms of time because you are still limping in that regard, so we decided to be lenient. Thank you for that, Jipa. And can we then move on to questions and comments? I see Dr. Buck, I see Alexander. I see Lucizo Makubela. So I'll take the first three hands, Dr. Buck, followed by Alexander and Makubela.
Thank you, Interim Chairperson. I am switching on my camera briefly, and thank you to those who presented today. I might have missed this in JEPA's present. Well, maybe just before I get to JEPA's. It seems to me, Interim Chairperson, that we sent the PowerPoint presentations of the entities before the time, but not the actual performance plan. Or did I perhaps miss this over the emails? Should we not be looking at the actual performance plans here? Not just these PowerPoint summaries, which might be a bit subjective. Chairperson, I might have missed this in JEPA's presentation, but definitely in March, JEPA, when you were in front of this committee, you explained that 3 of the 9 officials reported in the media were suspended and that you were following HR processes. Can you please now give us an update? You told this committee, and I quote, internal processes were undertaken to verify the accuracy of the reporting. And then you told us that pensioners deserve and we know that pensioners deserve a thorough report on all the claims made in the media. And we need to know what your own internal investigations have uncovered for each claim, and pensioners deserve to know this too. Can you please publish a report on these claims? Then to the PIC, You promised this committee that the issue of suspended senior officials would be dealt with, and I quote, in the first few months of the year. Is that process complete, and can you provide a detailed update to us, please? Then I'd like to know, where is the PIC in terms of strengthening its turnaround and value add unit? Have you, for example, in this year, employed any new people? And what's your current vacancy rate within this turnaround and value add unit? I want to request again that your upcoming annual report includes the investment amount, returns, and valuations of each of your unlisted investments. Then, regarding Bambili again, specifically Bambili Investments, it seems that the PIC made that investment without a bankability study. Is this right? Could this be right? Is it normal for the PIC to make investments without a bankability study in place? Can you also tell us whether the manufacturing plants that would be required for this investment to make money have now been built? Chairperson, I'll leave my questions there for now.
Thank you. Alexander.
Thank you, Interim Chair. And once again, thank you for everybody who took the time to take us through the presentation. Largely around PIC, your assets under management have grown, but the growth can happen simply because government employees keep contributing to their pension funds, not because the PIC generates good returns. Can you break down how much of this growth comes from actual investment performance and how much comes from the new contributions being paid in? We need to be able to tell the difference between PIC growth because it's an investment as well. And then with regards to your investment principle, you say that you include social and environmental goals along financial returns. But when the PIC primary goal legally obligates it to protect the retirement savings of its beneficiaries, when social or development goals conflict with this basic principle of protecting the retirement savings and possible return for our pension fund members, who decides which takes priority? And then my last question is around non-performing unlisted investments. On our oversight last week, PIC introduced, the oversight was the horrific, the good, and the uplifting. And non-performing unlisted investments tend to sometimes lean towards the horrific. In the presentation, you say that the PIC focuses on areas to fix unlisted investments and that not all are performing. Can you tell us which of these investments are in trouble? And can you give the committee a full list of these investments and what went wrong in each case, what was done to fix it, and how far are we in the plan to correct this? It would be useful for us also just about on a quarterly basis to get a full report on the PIC's unlisted investments, top 10 and bottom 10 would be helpful. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alexander.
Good morning to your good self, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, DM and members of the leadership of the entities that are presenting before us this morning. Chair, I have only one question, which is directed to JIPA. Accordingly, in terms of your APP, your vacancy rate is significantly high. It's sitting at 20.3%. Can you give us an indication what do this high vacancy rate put as a risk that is imposed to the entity? And then what impact does this high vacancy rate has on the targets that you have set out? I think I will end it there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other comment? Those are the hands that I could recognize. Can we as well get from PIC in terms of the infrastructure allocation, which is very low as an asset at the 2%? And I understand that perhaps it's GPF that actually set that the prescription in terms of the level of asset allocation in that regard. But what would be your observation and experience in terms of that? And secondly, does the PIC do some interaction sometimes with the fintechs, and at what level do we seem to or even intend to find some form of asset allocation that would relate to the SMMEs and so on at the fintech level? And I think JIPA, I think you should have expected that we're going to have a question that relates to those issues that have been in the public domain, and be able to share a little bit on that one, but as well be able to give progress, because it's not good to continuously get questions when you know that you're supposed to at least give some progress in terms of those issues, which are very, very much important, because it actually deals with the integrity of JIPA itself. Yes, we understand that JIPA is actually on a mode of being moved to be under GPF, but at the moment it still has to run. So the integrity part is actually very much important. And I thought IRBA as well will be able to share some bit of light in terms of how it concluded on the Malabar case, because it would be interesting to understand how it concluded. Yeah, I think we can actually respond to those issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. It's JIPA on the floor.
Okay.
The question from Honorable Burke. I think, let me give a verbal update, and if the committee so wishes, through the Ministry of Finance as the executive authority, we can submit a written update of where we are with all issues that are in the media and other avenues. So as we stand, Chairperson, the 3 employees remain on suspension within all the legal framework. So they are on a precautionary suspension with pay. They are still within the suspension period, so we have not gone beyond what was stipulated at the last engagement hearings. So all 3 employees are still within those precautionary suspension dates as per the labor laws. There were 5 contracts that were flagged, and all 5 of them have been investigated. 3 investigations have been concluded with the recommendations that we have used to charge those who are implicated in the process. The 2 other reports out of 5 are at the concluding stage, not yet finalized, but whenever they are finalized, those charges will be added to the charge sheets of all suspended employees. The hearings are in progress, the disciplinary hearings for all three, with specific dates that we can put in a formal response to the committee. So we are in that process, Chairperson, that will determine the outcome. What are the next steps out of these disciplinary processes? The reports themselves cannot be shared at this point because we know all individuals have constitutional rights. You cannot disclose things that are still undergoing processes. But once the time is right, the processes have unfolded and concluded, we can share those reports, but definitely not at this point in time because we don't want to prejudice anyone. We don't want to prejudice the employer, employees, as well as our members. So that is the situation with what is ongoing in the media. And as I have explained the previous time, Chairperson, you charge based on the evidence that is at your disposal. You don't charge based on what the media writes. Because you can be found wanting if you do that. You just read the newspaper and then you charge. It doesn't work that way. There is a process to go through. And then the issue of vacancies, Honorable Member Makubela, it is a concern to have so many vacancies. Hence, I have raised it. I have brought it to the attention of the committee. There is a history behind that. And the history is that for many years, JIPA's structure was not approved. It got approved finally late in 2023. Once it was approved, there was a moratorium in government to cap the cost of employees. Members would know that. So there was a number of years where there was a moratorium not to employ. And that has just been recently lifted. That's why we're still struggling with vacancies. But also filling 200 vacancies, Chairperson, it is not a process you can do in a year. If you have to go through all processes of advertising, shortlisting, screening, personnel suitability checks, vetting, and all that process, you can't have 250 positions filled in a year. So we have a staggered plan, which we can also share. We have a staggered plan that says this financial year, what is the target, the next financial year, and the outer year until we fill those positions. But in the process, I don't want to be working on the 250 positions in their current form. I think we also need do we need this 253 in their current form? Or we need, as I have already alluded, that the situation doesn't look good to run an organization with so low-level people. We may combine some of those low-level positions to create knowledge workers. Thank you, Chairperson. I think those were the two questions for JIPA. Thank you.
You know, acting CEO, it's good that you are saying this and the Deputy Minister is in the meeting, because when that question is asked, you just say in this financial year, we are looking at 10% or we're looking at 5% of filling the vacancy rate in the next outer years. This is what we are looking at. So Because if you just leave it open-ended, it's like you are saying, you know what, we are going to fill them, but just watch us. I mean, we will tell you when we fill them. Just because then it shows that there is proper planning. Because the way you're answering it, it's as if there is no clear targets in terms of time frames. You do not know how you are going to go about it and so on. We know the processes that we're talking about, but just to say this is how it's going to unfold, it's better so that members have at least a picture, even if it's not complete, but at least we know in terms of percentage, and this is what it's going to look like in terms of how it's going to unfold. But how you putting it, it's it takes us back to, because now we are still in the dark. We can't even imagine what you're talking about. So it's not helping us. If you don't have that, you can bring it in a written form. But just to generalize and tell us about processes that we already know. It's just like when they're asking about progress and you say all those things. We know what it means to really undertake a disciplinary or investigations within a public sector. So it would be helpful, when you give progress, we're able to give us tangibles and say this is where we are and this is how far we think. Perhaps it might take us another 6 months to complete the cases or to do investigations, and we believe that by this time we should have completed this process. So it actually helps us to have at least some bit of idea as to which direction are you taking. Thanks, and I hope that we all do the same so that we don't just generalize. Thanks. Can we have a PIC?
Thank you, Chair, and members. And just to respond to Dr. Berg's question on suspension, we have one matter that is still going through disciplinary processes. We were battling, Honorable Berg, with the timings for all the parties, and we were subsequently able to secure agreement by all parties that the DC can now sit over weekends, just to make sure that at least we are able to get availability of everyone. So that is what is now underway. In the next 3 weekends, we will be dealing with that matter in that manner. And the others are new suspensions, and there is investigation underway, and they are also being finalized. So we only have one matter actually that went through to now, because we were battling with finding available and convenient time for all the parties involved. But we are getting cracking on it, Dr. Berg, and it's moving well so far. I'm hoping that the matter should be finalized by the end of May. And on TOVA and the vacancy rate, yes, we are looking at beefing up all areas, including TOVA, because we have quite a number of distressed assets that they are working with as we speak. But overall, I am saying this, Honorable Berg, under correction, I think we have about 25 vacancies of investment professionals in the organization that actually we have prioritized to fill as a matter of agency, to make sure that there's adequate capacity across the organization. It's something that we are working on, and we are hoping that we should be able to, some are at various stages, some are advertised, some interviews have happened, some interviews are scheduled to sit within this month, but we are paying attention to them, because it is through ensuring that there is optimum capacitation
of all areas across the organization that we can be able to fulfill our strategic objectives as expected. And in terms of the investment returns for all unlisted investment, we will have to submit this right up to yourself because it talks to a various number of assets, which I'm not in a position to respond to now, but we will be able to submit to you in writing. On the Bambili, Honorable Burke, we responded on the 8th of April and detailed to your good self. And I'm not sure if Dr. Beck was able to receive that, but we can be able to resubmit the full details on this investment, and then we will take it from there. But we will definitely make sure that we then resubmit. But on the 8th of April, we had actually submitted the full report as we had requested in the previous engagement. But we are happy to resubmit the details as well. If it's new questions, we will then be able to also respond thereto accordingly. On Honorable Alexandra, the growth of our AUM has been largely driven by listed equities. Yes, there is some growth on the new investments, and new contribution allocation has been quite minimal at this point in time, but we are looking at really ramping up accordingly as we will be working with our clients for various allocations for the various sectors going forward. And as we are engaging on the appointment of the 3 CIOs, as you will recall that we have dechunked the CIOs into 3 areas, one for infrastructure and properties, one for unlisted, and the other for listed investments. We are hoping that it will be able to give us focused presence and attention on all these areas to make sure that we can be able to deal with all the areas, with all the issues across all those various sectors of focus. The investment principles, and definitely our primary objective is to make sure that we work in accordance with our investment mandate, and allocations are agreed to with our various clients in terms of both which investments are for social returns and also ensuring that the retirement savings of our ultimate beneficiaries are protected at all costs. But I think we will also submit in terms of the non-performing loans on the unlisted side, because it is work in progress. We can be able to provide the various details to yourself as well in writing, Honorable Alexander, accordingly in this regard. The other one on Honorable Sekwati, the infrastructure investment, yes, is lagging behind in terms of where we would want it to be. And it is for this reason that we are now making infrastructure investment a focus area, and to make sure that we are able to ramp up our investment in this regard, hence the new CIO for infrastructure and property investment. And again, on the fintechs and the level of interaction between fintechs and SMEs, this is something that I might not be able to respond to offhand, but will be able to submit in writing to your good self, Honorable Sekwati, accordingly. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Can we have Oral van Rooyen? I think his hand has been up.
Thank you very much, Chair, and a very good morning to all in attendance. My apologies, I had a connectivity challenge from my side. I couldn't raise some of the questions earlier when we were given an opportunity, but I'll try to, of course, limit them in the interest of time. GPAA at some stage had a cyber related what you call a problem. I'm not sure because in the presentation it was not clear what are the main ICT risks that are facing this institution. That of course includes cybersecurity. And also how are they intending to mitigate some of these ICT related risks. I think that would be highly appreciated. But the same question can go also to other institutions. But I think because GPAA was recently reported to have encountered such a problem, it's important that we get an update on how they address that and what are the other ICT related risks that they are currently encountering. But also this is directly linked to the modernization of its environment, because they are undertaking to do that as part of their intent to modernize the environment and increase customer reach channels, and also cleansing the data and digitize by 50% of funeral benefit submissions by end of this financial year. Can they update us on what is their current state of modernization program, and what systems specifically for this financial year are being implemented, and how will these projects reduce manual processing, or also assist in the improvement of data reliability and shorten benefit payment turnaround times, because that's one of the key problems that we are usually notified by their clients. And I want maybe to go to PIC, more especially the board. Last time we visited Daybreak, and we were left with many questions, of course, as to how this failure was registered, even if PIC governance framework includes board committees for audit and information technology, risk, social, you name them, human resource and remuneration, listed investment, unlisted investment, and property investment, and directors' affairs, of course. How does the board ensures that investment decisions, especially in unlisted investment, are subjected to effective independent challenge, but also risk assessment and post-investment monitoring? Because it's what Daybreak is a clear example of lack of post-investment monitoring. So how does the board ensure that such, because there are committees in that board who are supposed to be doing this work, how are they ensuring that we don't have recurrence of this unfortunate situation that we went through at Daybreak? I mean, it's painful. It's very, very disheartening, because as we speak, people are sitting at home. More than 2,500 people are sitting at home as a result of this failure from more especially related to governance-related issues. What was the role of the board in that process? But at the same time, can they tell us how they make sure that, or how have they decided to make sure that we don't encounter such unfortunate recurrence? And lastly, Chair, the PIC also is identifying digitization as a strategic driver to improve operations and stakeholder engagement, of course, through the IT systems and digital capabilities. What specific digital system will be from, because I'm asking this from an oversight perspective, should we expect in this financial year? And of course, how will this in their take improve investment monitoring and risk management? And if there are any cyber security risks that they have identified, I think that it's important that they should also indicate to us and how they intend dealing with such in this new financial year. Thank you very much. I think other questions can be submitted in a written version. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable van Rooyen. I see Dr. Buck wants to have a second bite. Dr.
Quite correct. Thank you, Interim Chair. Chair, I'm going to circle back to the questions asked of both parties, the GPAA as well as the PIC. First, on the GPIA, could you communicate to us now what are the internal hearing dates for these 3 people? You can tell us in the meeting. Can you also tell us what are the anticipated dates for the announcement of the outcomes? And then can you tell us what are the charges against them currently? I'm assuming you mean charges laid with the police. And then through you, Interim Chair, can we require a formal written report, as now promised by GPA, so that we can be satisfied that we've fulfilled our oversight role? On to the PIC, Chair. First, on the value add and turnaround unit. Am I understanding correctly that you've made 0 appointments to the turnaround and value add unit? Is that what you're saying between the lines? And then, Chair, to the point made that a report was sent on the 28th of April, I'm going to share my screen now. I'll disable my video for this portion of it. I'm reading from this report. The questions I have, and I've highlighted the sections from your report for you. It says there's an absence of a completed bankability feasibility study at the point of investment. And so my question to the CEO is this standard practice to not have a completed bankability feasibility study in place? And then secondly, my question there was again from this report. It says that what was needed was a successful construction and operation of the Bambili manufacturing facility. And so my question there is quite simply, have the manufacturing plants that will be required for this investment to make money now been built? I must add, Chairperson, that from these answers, it seems that this committee knows more about the underlying investments than the PIC itself, which is of course very concerning. I hope that we can be given some comfort that this is not the case. I'll leave the questions there for now, Chair, and circle back if follow-ups are needed.
Thank you. Can we get the PIC to respond?
Yes,
It's
thank you, Chair.
actually, it's PIC and GPA.
Yes. Can I go ahead, Honorable Chair?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. This is PIC. Mr. Van Rooyen, Honorable Van Rooyen actually spoke about the daybreak and how are we making sure that our PMV and governance are effective and that we do not have the repeat of what happened to daybreak and other similar unfortunate incidents. We are continuously looking at improving on our PMV. As you will recall, Honorable Van Rooyen, and I remember there's actually that we did say we are reviewing our PMV operating model to make sure that we are able to look at the cradle to grave approach as an organization to make sure that there is much more proactive monitoring and preventative engagements with our assets, and making sure that if there are any follow-ons, we are able to make sure that we do that with a very clearly defined process, as opposed to re-engaging a follow-on as if it's a brand new investment. We are looking at a number of gaps in our systems that actually we want to completely and optimally address to make sure that we do not have the repeat of what happened to daybreak and other distressed assets. So it is something that we are working on, and our board has instructed us to make sure that we put measures and systems in place that actually will be much more robust and to make sure that we are able to be proactive in monitoring and managing our investments once decisions have been made and investment have been made in this regard. On the digitalization system, Honorable Van Rooyen, we really are making sure that we are automating our processes and digitalizing our various systems. As you will recall that we have various systems for listed investments, for equities, for fixed income, as well as for the unlisted. So it's various systems that actually we are currently busy with, but we will be able to update the committee accordingly as we progress. But we are hoping that it will be able to bring about efficiencies as well as timeous reporting across our investments, and that we should be able actually to account much more better and much more timeously for all the various investments that we hold. And again, coming back to Honorable Burke, the TOVA unit, yes, we have made some appointment. We do have actually a new people that are within TOVA. Yes, if were maybe to ask me that is it sufficient, there is more that requires to be made, but I can tell you for sure that we do have actually new appointments that we've made within the TOVA area. But again, just like all other areas, Honorable Dr. Burke, we are paying attention on making sure that there is sufficient capacitation across our organization to make sure that we can be able to make the right investment as well as the required interventions and improvements for all our investments. The Bambili report, and unfortunately the teams actually that were responsible for this are not with us, but I'm more than happy to make sure that we do provide a formal report to all your questions in this regard. But definitely feasibility studies and feasibility reports are all reports actually that are supposed to be made and that are supposed to be in place before the final investment decisions are made. I will have to submit a written report to your question once actually I engage with the various and relevant teams in this regard to cover all your questions, Dr. Burke. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Jipa.
Thank you once again, Chairperson, and apologies for not going to the details. Let me do that so that the committee can have comfort and also be able to respond when questions are asked. So with the investigations, the first three that I spoke about were concluded in January, February 2026. So they were concluded. And then there was a first hearing for the CEO in March, and that continues until in June. So there is a sequence of hearings depending on the availability of all parties. But the expected date of conclusion is end of June. For the other colleagues, the former acting CFO and the former acting chief director, client relationship management, their hearings started in April. There are scheduled ones for May and also for June. And even in those cases, we're expecting a finalization by close of June for all three. I hope that the detail will assist to give a clearer indication of where we are at. With regards to the vacancies, we do have a plan. Maybe it's my fault by not getting into that detail. So we looked at the 253 and we staggered that into 70 employees over the MTEF. So 70, 70, 70, that would be the MTEF and the remainder outside the MTEF. The reason I did not go to this was as we also move into, call it integration or back to GEPF, we may also change these numbers depending on the the corporate form and status that JIPA is going to undertake. But the actual budget of the vacancies is 70 for the MTEF period. Chair. Then there were questions from Member Van Rooyen referring to the status of the cybersecurity at JIPA. I am with the head of IT here sitting next to me. He will address that matter of cybersecurity and where we are up to now. And then on the modernization process, I also have the chairperson of the modernization committee between JIPA and GEPF. She will also give the committee the update of this modernization. Thank you. Over to the head, through you, chairperson, the head of IT. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The cybersecurity risk is a big risk for the JIPA, all organizations. And what we have done to keep that risk at a very high level or to mitigate that risk is to elevate the cyber risk to a strategic level. So we're constantly updating and monitoring what we're doing there, what is in the market available, and how we can align to make sure that the necessary controls are in place. In respect of the cyber incident, we did receive an interim information regulator report. We attended to the required recommendations as well as the findings in that report. And the core of the updates that we invested in as well as implemented is a network infrastructure upgrade with the necessary security controls on all our networks, both at head office and all the regional offices, as well as the implementation of a security operations center. So that was the core items that we attended to, and we're continuously upgrading and attending to improving on the controls that we are required to attend to as per the applicable directives. Chair, also on the data management and the data governance side, we already started about 2 years ago to understand our data structure. That's both for unstructured as well as unstructured data within the administration. And we preparing for the big migration. Yes, it is a big risk to migrate an old system based on the fact that we have been using it for 30 years to a new solution. So we're already working on that. And we also have clear SLA indicators on our data cleansing. And accordingly, we are managing that data for all the programs, both program 2.1 for Treasury, as well as for program 2.2 for the GPF. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, thank you very much. If we can then just respond to the question in respect of the modernization. So the modernization of the JIPA systems is a project that is a co-owned project between GPAA and the GPF. And the sourcing of the system is a matter that will be happening through the procurement systems of the GPF. That matter has been put out to market, and the evaluation in respect of such has been done and concluded, and we are actually currently awaiting the final feedback from that process through the GPF, as it will be sourced through the GPF procurement systems. It is also intended that what that modernization system will entail is divided into 3 areas: the pension administration system, the financial management system, as well as the client relationship management. So there are 3 components to that modernized systems that is intended to be acquired, and it is intended to be a managed service in that regard. The current roadmap in regard of that modernization stretches up until the end of the financial year of 27-28. So once that conclusion in relation to the procurement process has been made available, obviously the implementation of this project will commence in respect of those 3 areas. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Colleagues, can we move on to the next set of presentations?
Chair, I do have a follow-up question for the PIC.
Okay, that should be the last one, because now we have taken over the time for next presentations. Dr. Beck?
Chair, Thank you, Chairperson. Just for the public and participants on this call, a feasibility study that's bankable proves to banks and investors that a project is technically sound, economically viable, and carries low enough risk to justify financing. I appreciate that the CEO has just shared that no feasibility study that is bankable was in place. And so the question to him is quite simply, given that 30 million rand was sunk into this investment and it's now worth around 3 million rand on your books, will an investigation follow into the officials involved in making an investment decision that did not include a bankable feasibility study by their own admission and his own admission, that should have been in place, especially for something in a speculative technology such as hydro? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Can I respond with you, Honorable Chair?
Yes, please.
Thank you. No, I think Honorable Burke, I have not actually said there was no feasibility study. All I said, we will definitely report and give you a formal response.
Sorry, Chairperson, order, Chair.
Yes.
We can't have people misleading the House. A formal report was sent to this committee.
Dr. Berg,
The Chairperson referred me to this report, and in that report it indicated that no study was in place. Which is it?
Dr. Berg, can we give the CEO an opportunity to respond? If we are not happy, we'll request him to do it in writing.
He's done it and he's misleading us, Chairperson. Either it was in place or it was not in place.
Dr. Berg, we're going to get the response, full response in writing.
He's already done so, Chair.
Hello?
Chair, he's already done so. I've shared it with us. There's no point in another written response that contradicts what's already been presented to us. That would further mislead us.
No, Dr. Berg, I think that would give the committee an opportunity to look at that, whether it's right or wrong, but the committee will then be able to decide on the matter.
Chair, I'm sharing the document again. It says the absence of a completed bankable feasibility study. Can the CEO please indicate to us whether it was in place or it was not in place according to his own report?
I think the CEO is still responding. If we give him,
but he was misleading us because he's saying, Chair, that now he's not permitting.
Chair, Honorable Squati, but if Dr. Berg does not allow the chairperson to respond, and then Dr. Berg, you want to ask questions and then answer yourself those questions.
Honorable,
no, we can't allow that.
Is the House being misled? We can't allow people misleading us.
No, but you can't allow that. You can't ask questions and then you want to answer those questions yourself. You must allow the chair to. You must allow the chair of PIC to respond to those questions.
Could you please calm down?
Can't. I'm also not going to allow you to do that thing of you disrupting this meeting. It can't be about you here. It cannot be about you, Dr. Berg. That one you must understand. It can never be about you. You must allow the processes of questions to be responded to. You can't ask the question and then you respond to yourself that question.
Why are you protecting somebody that's misleading us?
I don't want you to be muted. I'm going to request that the CEO concludes his remarks and request that they also do that in writing. And the committee will deal with this matter.
He's done so already, Chairperson. I don't understand your ruling. Can your ruling just be clear? If they've provided something in writing, and now you're saying they get to contradict that in another form of writing, what exactly is your ruling? Can you just be clear on this?
No, but already, Dr. Berg, already you have got that in writing. Now, if the chairperson, the CEO, is going to give that in writing, we are able to deal with that as a committee.
I don't understand, Jay. He's given it in writing. Are you giving him another opportunity to give it to us in writing? And will you allow him to contradict what he's already given us in writing?
You are talking about something that you have
can't be a dialogue between Dr. Berg
and we don't have it. And I'm saying, let him do it in writing so that we are able to hear.
But he has, Chairperson. Just clarify your ruling first. Chairperson, just clarify your ruling. He has given it in writing. Do you want it to give it to us in writing again or to contradict what he's given us before?
There you go
It's
again. If you
fine.
are
Let
is
him
going to be
conclude his
contradicting, you are now
response, then we'll
responding for him.
finalize it. Dr. Beck, can we allow the CEO to conclude?
Can you just be clear on the
CEO?
ruling and then I'm happy to proceed, Chair? Do you want him to
No,
contradict or to repeat?
My ruling,
No,
my ruling was that
as committee members want him to respond, and we are prepared to listen to him.
Can we give the CEO to conclude and will then conclude on the matter? CEO.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And I think just may I then respond in writing on this feasibility study, in particular to the committee, and then we'll take it from there, Honorable Chair.
And I hope you know the reference that Dr. Beck is referring to in terms of the report that is reading from.
Yes, Honorable Chair, yes, we do.
Okay, that's fine. Because, colleagues, if we were not having other presentations, we would continue with this matter. But let's allow others to present. We'll then await the response in writing. That must then clarify in terms of what the report is saying. Because clearly, I agree with you, Dr. Beck, but let's deal with this matter systematically so that we don't just, allow ourselves to be derailed. But if we are able to say, in reference to your report and your response to the matter, clarify these matters, and we are then able to take the report to the committee and deal with it.
Chairperson, I'm happy to move forward. There's patently a problem in understanding here. We've already been provided in writing a report that says the feasibility study was not in place. What I'm now asking the CEO is whether he will commit to an investigation of why that feasibility study. I don't believe this committee can give him the power to retract what's already been provided in writing, provide something new in writing, and then not commit to an investigation. It's quite simple. There now being a written version that says the feasibility study was not in play, will he commit verbally or in writing to an investigation on the individuals and officials involved? And then we can move on, Chair.
That's fine. I think the CEO is hearing that. And we will then follow it up. CEO?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We will definitely respond to all the matters as raised by Dr. Beck.
Okay, thank you. Check. I think those that have presented are free to disengage, and we'll then be able to continue with others. And once again, thank you for making those submissions, and we really appreciate your presence. Deputy Minister had requested that he's going to be leaving at 11, and I think he's already disengaged on this platform. So once again, leadership of various entities who have already presented, we thank you, and you might be free to go and engage in other activities. Can we then have Detect?
Good afternoon or good morning still, honourable members and interim chair. I'm Renette Engelaar. I'll just put my video on for a brief moment. Hi, I'm Renette Engelaar. I'm the acting head of GTAC. Thank you for affording us this opportunity. I talk very fast, but I hope it's clear on the slides that the information that you require, and of course, it will be happy to answer any question. So basically, I'm going to be introducing GTAC briefly, how we work, talk about our strategic plan, and then talk about our annual performance plan, as well as the the body of work that we do in conclusion. So I hope it's all visible on the screen. I'm going to try and go into full presentation mode, which is not always so easy on a shared screen. There we are. So just to outline that we're going to be presenting on our strategic plan, our annual performance plan, talk about our role in supporting government priorities, and talk about precisely how we find ourselves at the planned performance, the value for money, and our accountability frameworks. So I think the mandate and functions of GTAX remains. We've presented this now on a few times. It's basically, in essence, to be an advisory voice to government. Within the government system, we are a government component, which is an institutional form that's not a department and not a public entity. I believe many of what are public entities at the moment should be government components. It means we stay within the salary scales of government, but we are allowed to contract and bring in specialist skills. We basically provide advice to government on specialist moments and difficult questions. What happens is that we provide public sector consulting work, we provide technical assistance, and there is a little bit of a difference between advice and technical assistance. The one is a bit more in depth and in a sense of not just giving a body of intellectual work, but also saying, how do we implement this? What do we do next now that we know this? We do a lot of policy analysis and costing. There's the big spending review agenda, nearly 300 spending reviews in this country. We obviously work a lot on evidence-based policy, try and find the understanding of performance against the funds that's been spent. We do some actuarial analysis. We believe that there's a growth area there. There should be more work done in government on that. And then, of course, there's also the infrastructure technical advice, but that has now recently moved to a program management office. Sorry, let me just go back up in the DBSA. What's also important is that we do a lot of program and project management services, work with Jobs Fund and the Municipal Finance Improvement Plans, where there's a transfer of skills that are happening in especially the Municipal Finance Improvement Plan. It's quite specialist work that you require. It's very difficult to locate it, sometimes in a specific department, and therefore the GTAC founding notice allowed us to do this type of sort of pioneering work. There's also enormous knowledge management, which I believe government is not so good at, and I would like to say that we've had some success in our knowledge management terrain. We have a very active knowledge management hub. We are visited very regularly by just about every country in the world, it looks like to us. We're looking at the knowledge products that we provide, the case studies, the assessments, the data, cleaned data that's available for people to work, for analysts, researchers, students to work with. But also every 2 years, a big conference on government spending, and we call it a winter school. We reach out to all of the universities in the country. We include students from all of our 24, I think by now, research universities, and share and try and pull them in with specialist skills into the government terrain. What we do is we work in a sense of hubs. We've got a consulting hub, program management hub, and business support hub. It's quite interesting to look at. I've spoken a lot already in previous occasions to the committee around the consulting hub, looking at the type of work that we do there, starting to use LLMs, but very cautious. I think we've all seen the type of trouble that government has gotten themselves into by using this uncritically, and we do some work with artificial intelligence, and then we double check against old-fashioned, hardcore intellectual work, and we pick up problems. So that's a very interesting terrain that we are trying to explore, but we are very aware that it's not a straightforward process. Anyhow, another body of work that we are doing that I find very interesting is operations optimization. This sounds very boring to people, but I believe that there's a stranglehold in government around the understanding of business processes and the optimization of business processes, for instance, in supply chain. Once you understand all of the steps and you can ascribe timelines and estimated work moments to that, you can develop, quite a complex model. Not a complex model, I'm really not, just a basic model, to say how long should it take if you get a body of work. It helps people to understand what to do and at what timeline to do that. We do a lot of business plan and implementation plan for departments, looking at the feasibility of some of the arrangements. We obviously do the spending reviews as always, and there's a growing need for a bit more strategic thinking that people need facilitation with, and we do some of that work. In our program management hub, as I've mentioned, for the Jobs Fund and the MFIP, it is a way of dealing with complex projects and programs in government that allow us to incubate and pilot new approaches and to see what works, what doesn't work, and then ultimately to massify this back into government, to understand what have we seen, what is the value, and how do we make the rest of government actually work in certain ways. We've given a lot of attention in the last year or two to our in-house business processes, especially if you hear me sort of passionately talk about optimization of operations. We've done that for ourselves within the GTAC space, and it's been very successful in our procurement environment. We're one of sort of a handful, I guess, of departments that get a clean audit on clean audit findings on our procurement. We get clean audits, period, but specifically also on procurement, which is an enormously difficult task. And we have a financial management support component that pay over, I think, 3,000 invoices, all of them on time. And obviously, we've got the strategic management and communication component, and then the human capital management. These are very difficult spaces, the human capital management in government, because of the highly regulated space. You sort of, in many ways, feel that you are just running to fulfill the regulatory requirements, which are, appropriate requirements, but you very seldom actually in this space get time to think more strategically around your HR. And we are trying to move to such a space where we can more strategically approach our HR. It's clear that the hub model allows us to break down silos and to promote collaboration between people, to see what's the impact of increasing numbers in one area, what's this business support requirements in another. We optimize our resource allocation, we streamline processes, and we sort of have a critical mass of expertise that allows us to move towards, and I don't want to overstate and underpromise. I hate that type of thing, but I think we are getting to the point we've got centers of excellence in some of these areas that we are now sharing also with the rest of government, obviously. And we allow ourselves to have a more coordinated response to public sector needs with this hub system. We've had a review. I've previously shared our client review that we did about a year ago, the very positive views of the clients of GTAC. But the reality is that we have these specialized skills. We avoid the inefficiencies of having to appoint highly specialized skills that is necessary for a limited project. So we have people that come, they work on the project, and then we don't need them further. And it really allows an efficiency to be built into the government systems. We get high regard comments on the professionalization of our team. Government is not an easy space to understand. And I often say I don't feel like I want to explain Government 101 to outside consultants. And I can see the value of having a team that has been built up over the years that come with highly specialized skill set. We get the job done, we customize it to what is the government needs, and we understand those processes. So we provide a service that seems to be valued. So our strategic plan, the 5-year strategic plan for 2025 to 2030, we based it on, first of all, we did our big evaluation. What do our clients say about us? What do we do well? Where can we improve? And that was then built into this plan. It links immediately to the national strategic priorities, and I want to say priority 1 and priority 3, which is about the capable, ethical, and developmental state. What we do support that very clearly, but also around inclusive growth and job creation. By having data, by providing evidence, by providing technical advice for decision making, we are enhancing the state. We are also enhancing capacity development within government by sitting together with people. We have, in our spending review approach, we worked with all of the provincial treasuries, national treasury as well, of course, but all of the provincial treasuries, where we sat with officials, we showed them. And I was always so touched by how enthused provincial officials become once they get the technical know-how to deal with the information that comes their way. So those are the type of approaches that we have. Because we're an in-house service in government, we are able to respond with agility. We strengthen policy, budgeting, and inform with high-quality data analysis and advisory services, evidence-based decision-making. We improve public expenditure outcomes in a number of ways. There's been an extensive agenda around the public finance support that we can provide. We have a lot of skills transfers and system strengthening, as well as program support in many ways. We are quite impact driven. We want to see that the proposals that we jointly develop with the department are actually implemented. There's too many consultants running around government providing a nice big fat report of 80 pages and then nothing. And for us, it's a different approach. We really want to see that people take decisions. Indeed, we write the set of next steps into our report so that people can actually be clear on that. We've been a sort of a trusted partner in many of the public sector reform initiatives, and a number of the big reform programs at the moment are being partnered with GTAC. So, in terms of what it is that our strategic plan has as high-level outcomes, it is to enhance, first of all, our own operational efficiency, provide high-quality data and technical advice for decision-making, and have an enhanced capacity development and program management support within government. In essence, the 3 hubs that we are talking about. Our APP allows us to focus on implementation, to not just have words, but to actually demonstrate how those words are going to change the way one operates. We embed our operational model very clearly in the APP, and we believe that we are able to deliver high quality and measurable advisory support. We want to improve decision-making and project delivery, and therefore also contribute to government's capability and improved clients' responsiveness, extend the knowledge sharing and the uptake of insights. So what are we looking at? Well, one of our key targets is to continue achieving an unqualified audit opinion. The auditing terrain is enormously complex and obviously necessary, but I think there are some reforms that can do well on the audit side. We want to very clearly show our financial controls and the transparency that we have around that. We have previously, about a year and a half ago, had lifestyle audits done for all 40 of our senior managers. I believe that is an important step, and I'm looking for a follow-up action around that. We talk to our staff a lot. We take it very seriously that we want to provide an environment where innovation and technical discussions is encouraged, so that we have a lot of discussions, open debates every Friday afternoon, or practically every Friday afternoon. There is a seminar series from the GTAC side where we encourage these discussions. We want to, be very clear to our clients what is the predictable and clear flow of finances. What is the cost recovery model that we have? It's all very transparent, and we hope to automate as much as possible of our continue to automate as much as possible of our business processes. So here we are. First of all, enhanced operational efficiency and agility and responsiveness within GTAC. This is in the business support environment. What are our indicators? Unqualified audit, cost recovery issued within 10 working days, we obviously meet the 30 working days requirement of government, but we're going to push ourselves here. We look at sort of service requests of ICT. As you know, ICT in government can be a nightmare. I think many of us are depending on the CETA environment that is not so functional. And we have to find ways of functioning within that. So I'm very proud of the fact that we've got this in-house ability to also deal with our ICT situations. What is the planned performance? Oops. Apologies. What is the planned performance on the consulting hub? It is that we want a client satisfaction target at 75%. We want to keep that. This is a very high client satisfaction rating that you've got in the private sector and in private sector consulting houses. Anything above 30% is seen as good. So this is a very high target we're setting for ourselves. We keep the approving the 100% of the projects completed within agreed timeframes and budget. So those are very clear indicators for us: timely and efficient execution and high quality. So there we are. What is the planned performance management looking for the program management hub? This is a complicated way of dealing with programs that are strategically directed from another space. It's not something that we set the strategic direction for, but we provide a lot of the back office support. So how do we understand that we are efficient in this? In many ways, it is dealing with the HR matters and dealing with all of the business support that is required, a lot of procurement, etc., within the required regulatory times. This is not easy. There's a lot of big projects and a lot of big initiatives that come from here. For now, we've got the HR indicator as one of the primary indicators on how the program management hub needs to function. So I think in conclusion, I can say that we are committed to remaining a trusted partner to the government. We believe that we can deliver high quality technical advice and program support, and we have done so in our reviews and in the assessments that we get from our clients. We want to be responsive, reliable, and professional. Sometimes being professional means that you will say to a client, I think you've got the wrong end of the stick. We disagree with you. We don't think that your analysis is comprehensive enough, or your insight or your view. Here is additional data, here's international practice, etc., etc. It's a thin line to step. We're not just there to say to the client, whatever you say, yes, amen, yes, we agree. No, we have a professional, ethical approach to government. What's our approach? We want to strengthen government's delivery always, expand our partnerships, looking to sort of have more partnerships with the think tanks in South Africa, with international bodies of consulting houses, with international think tanks. We keep on wanting to drive efficient and effective citizen-centered innovations in public finance. So we believe that we can, together with our clients, with the departments, with the public entities that we work with, advance the vision of a capable, ethical, developmental state. Thank you very much. And of course, Chair, I'm happy to take any questions when appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, GTEC. Can we get to Sasria? Minutes, Sasria.
Thank you, Chair. Let me just line up. I assume I've been given sharing rights, Chair.
Good.
Sorry, I was. Where is now the presentation? I'm trying to share the presentation, Chair. It's just taking a little bit longer. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. I would like to check with the honorable members if they can see my presentation.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I will go ahead, Chair, and I will keep to the time that you have allocated. Thank you once more, Chair, and to the members of the committee for allowing Sasria to present our progress to date and what our strategy and plans are for the coming financial year. So that's the content of my presentation. We've narrowed it down to what the committee expects of us, but obviously we're willing to comment on any other matter that the committee might feel it's necessary for us to respond to. This is really the role that Sasria plays in the South African insurance space. And we are an organ of state, a creature of statute, with a responsibility to ensure special risks in South Africa. Those are our values in terms of that we will deal with our customers, or in fact, all stakeholders, in a fair, ethical manner. We do a lot of collaborations with various stakeholders, including government, reinsurers, the insurance industry, financial services sector in South Africa, and other businesses. And we believe that we are quite innovative in the manner that we do things. This is the Sasria business model. It hasn't changed at all. Basically, for someone to be able to access Sasria insurance cover, they have to go through an established insurance company or a registered insurance company. There are about 60 insurance companies that we deal with in South Africa, with various distribution models. Some insurance companies sell directly to customers via the phone or a fintech solution. Others go through brokers, and others go through what we call underwriting managers, which then sell via brokers. So that's really our point of contact for our customers. And even when they have a claim, they follow that value chain. This business model does present a challenge insofar as accessing the micro business sector in South Africa. But if someone can get conventional insurance, then Sasria is able to sell its product to them. Sasria premiums are generally low and quite affordable to most South Africans. As you know, we've shared this with the committee before. We established as a Section 21 company in 1979. We evolved, having many years of profitability until the July 2021 event. In that particular year, we made a loss of a substantial loss of just over 24 billion rand. And another defining aspect of Sasria was in 1998, when the conversion of Sasria Act was promulgated, and the intention of that particular act was to get dividends out of Sasria. We paid just close to 16 billion rands in dividends during that particular period. And then the second aspect of that was for Sasria to comply with various insurance regulations. Before that, Sasria need not comply with insurance regulations, and also for us to be able to pay tax. I think the members, we've done various briefings to this committee, and I'm not too sure as to how many changes have happened in the committee in this current administration, but I am glad to see some familiar faces. But to summarize the key messages of what we've been able to do over the last 3 years or so, or since the loss in July 2021, from a premium income point of view, the business has doubled in size. We used to be a 3.1 billion rand company. By this year end, I can confidently say we're going to achieve 6.4 billion rands of premium increase, the premium GWP. And that is influenced partly by the rate increases that we did immediately after July 2021, and the ones that we've just done now on the 1st of October last year. Our SCR is sitting comfortably at 400%, but I will caution members around that in saying that the appropriate measure for Sasria is to look at how much or what event can it handle on its own without getting government support. So that number, that amount, Sasria today can handle an amount of an event with a loss of 25 billion rands, which is a combination of our own funds and the reinsurance that we've been able to negotiate for this particular year. When I first met this committee, just soon after we were appointed, I was appointed as CEO, that number was sitting at 10 billion rand. Now that number is sitting at 25 billion rands. We've got our own funds sitting at 21.6 billion rands as at 31st December 2025. We've just concluded year end, and our numbers are currently being audited. That number will definitely go up for the quarter, the last quarter, which ended on the 31st of March. Our 10-year average loss ratio is 30.3%. Of course, we are excluding the July 2021 event. Then the loss ratio was over 1,000%. Generally, when that ratio represents your claims divided by premiums, for a business like Sasria, when that loss ratio is sitting at 58, 59%, then you must know that the company is breaking even. It's not making any underwriting profit, but making an investment income a profit. So we watch that number and see how we are performing as a business. More exciting, this year, we have been able to reintroduce what we call the rep cover product. We started it from 1 April 2026. We have successfully negotiated with the reinsurers in the London market for us to give, for them to give us what we believe are now competitive rates. Sasria retains 20% of that risk within the rep cover, and then 80% is fully reinsured. The rep cover sits above the normal coupon that Sasria it does. So the coupon, the maximum any one client can get out of the standard cover that Sasria does is 500 million. So you get your standard cover limit, 500 million. If you want to buy more, we can now give you an additional cover of another 500 million. That's what we call the rep cover. Before July 2021, that number was 1 billion rand, and Sasria discontinued it because it became unaffordable for South Africans, and those companies that could get it at the time were allowed to go and buy it directly in the London market. Now, as I'm saying, we've been fairly able to negotiate what we believe are good rates, and then we have reintroduced the product. So I've been asked to share generally the strategy of Sasria. These are the sort of things that we are looking at when we look at the strategy of the company, and we look at the underwriting philosophy, the way we assess risk, in particular corporate risk, the pricing strategies, and see every quarter we review our pricing and see whether it's adequate to cover what we anticipate in the future. We look at the way we are handling claims, the outcome from our investment strategies. We've got a certain target that we'll see in the contract as to what our target is for our investment. We keep our expenses at below 7% of premium. If they get more than that, then we are getting into trouble, because we are an outsourced model. As I said earlier on, we sell through various insurance companies. So we do need to keep our costs very, very low. So we keep them at 7% of GWP as maximum. and then we interact with consumers. So internally, that's what we look at, when we consider the strategy, or when we craft the strategy. And then on the right, we look at the external factors, the economic environment, how is it likely to play out over the time horizon of the strategy, the regulatory requirements, and the reinsurance market conditions. The reinsurance market conditions are influenced by many things, amongst them the geopolitical factors. For instance, with the war in the Middle East, we anticipate that reinsurance costs will go higher for the type of risk that Sasria does, because reinsurers are paying quite a few, in fact, not quite a few, quite a lot of claims insofar as under the war risk section of this niche market. And we look at what's going on in South African society, social issues, in particular the youth unemployment, which worries us, social injustice, if it manifests itself. You'll notice that when there have been protests around the world, it's because of that element. Think of the Arab Spring, think about the Bangladesh protests, think about what happened in Kenya, think about what happened in Ethiopia more recently, and so on. And also in the US and the UK. In the UK, they've had far-right protests, and in the US, there was a protest against the billionaires being in charge of the democratic processes. So all those are the sort of things we look at globally, because they affect the reinsurance pricing for us, and also what's going on locally. And then whether we're politically stable or unstable, and policy uncertainty. So we look at all those things, and then we craft various scenarios out of them. These are the things that the driving forces and critical uncertainties that affect Sasria. Definitely in the top two is you are looking at the level of unemployment, especially the youth, and GDP growth, which are linked to each other. Election years are always a problem in our sector. Reinsurers and the markets look at whether the outcome is going to be accepted by the majority of the people, and whether they're going to be protests once the results are announced. For instance, this year on the 4th of November, we are going into local government elections. So we're going to be watched as to how we do. But generally, we've told the reinsurers a very convincing story, and we've been able this year to get full cover for reinsurance, because they have seen how South Africa and South Africans, the IEC, the political parties have behaved insofar as the election outcomes and the management of the election outcomes and the credibility thereof. So we are not really worried. Of course, we are concerned about the cost of living, which is putting a lot of pressure on already households that are struggling with poverty, inequality, and youth unemployment. So we come up with various scenarios, and we've got some lovely terms to look at, and so on. And those are some of the indicators that we look at to try and see where South Africa is in a particular scenario. These scenarios basically help us to model what sort of future losses we are likely to get from a catastrophic event. So, for instance, if unemployment is in lower than 30%, then we feel that we're getting into a sort of a comfortable zone. But if you look at where it is now, it creates an area of stress for a business like Sasria. It just increases the likelihood of protest, and then it also increases the severity of that claim when it happens, as we experience it during the July 2021. This just really gives you the definitions of the various scenarios. How do we decide whether it's coasting, divorcing, it's complicated, and honeymoon? What I must, I've been asked this question before, and let me answer it up front. It is as these are just scenarios. And then we come with a plan to say, if this scenario happens, how will SASRIA respond? If what should we do to our premiums? What should we do from an underwriting point of view? At what stage do we trigger a call to National Treasury and things like that? We believe in the current environment in South Africa, we are what we call a family meeting. You recall that during the COVID stage, that's where the name comes from, really. When the president used to give updates as to the situation in the country around COVID, he will call a family meeting and share with South Africans what's happening. We believe this is a scenario that we have come up with, and basically it characterizes a situation where unemployment remains high, but there are incremental improvements. I mean, in the last quarter labor report, there was, for the first time in 2 years, where there was a loss of jobs. So we saw that percentage going up. We were in a situation where public confidence is mixed, with some positive developments overshadowed by ongoing challenges. Access to funding is limited, requiring financial and strategic planning. So these are the sort of things, that's why we're putting, so we're between what we call a divorcing scenario and its complicated scenario, as per definitions I'd afforded you in the previous slide. And this is the sort of response that we are saying we need to do for us to be able to deal with this family meeting scenario. Now, what is our vision? By 2029, we want SASRIA to have 30 billion rand of its own funds. This is largely informed by the fact that during the July 2022...
5 minutes left.
Yes, I'm at the tail end, Chair. Definitely, Chair. Thank you. We are a target of 30 billion, informed by the loss that we experienced during the July 2021, and to create some independence from us or to negotiate better with the reinsurers. These are the strategic pillars that are driving that particular strategy. If we execute on those well, we should be able to get to 30 billion without a catastrophic event. Over the 5-year time horizon of the corporate plan, the first 2 years, we call it the restore and defend. I can gladly say that we have achieved that as SASRIA. SASRIA is in a better state than it was before July 2021. Our own funds have moved from 9.5 billion to close to 21 billion. Premium income has doubled. SCR of above 400%. It was 350. So we're in a better situation. And right now we are in what we call the capitalize and optimize stage. That's where we are. And these are the what needs to happen in each of those pillars for us to be able to achieve our strategy. And if you look at the 25-26 year, we can tell you we have achieved most of the things. Of course, this is still subject to a performance audit that's going to be done by our auditors, and we're just giving you a glimpse of where we are at the moment. These are the material risks that are facing our country. I won't go into detail. The members have seen this slide before, and some of them will look very, very, very familiar. And these are our KPIs for the 26-27 year, where we believe that we're going to be able to build this company to be about a 7.2 billion rand premium income business. And yeah, so we expect to hit those particular targets in this particular year. Thank you, Chair. I try to be as fast as possible, and we'll take questions when the committee has dealt with the other presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for being within. Can we have Land Bank?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good afternoon to all members. I'm joined by some of my colleagues on the line, the CFO, Ms. Kansani Mkari, and the CSO, Mr. Sydney Soundy. Also joining us is the MD of Land Bank Insurance, Chairperson, we will tackle the presentation in two forms. I'll present the first segment, and the MD will present the second segment as it relates to land bank insurance. I'll be assisted by Mr. Soundy to project the presentation. Sydney, are you ready?
Mr. Soundy?
Apologies, Chair. I think we should be having it soon. Sydney is coming through with that. All right, thank you. I think we can go straight to slide 3. I'm conscious of time, and I'll try my best to drive as quickly as possible. I'd like to start by indicating that following the 2020 default, Land Bank came up with a 3-phase turnaround strategy. One, stabilization phase, which ran from financial year 2023 to 2025. 2 was the consolidation phase, which started in the last financial year and will end in the 2028 financial year. And then 3 is the growth phase, which will run from 2029 onwards. We are now at the critical phase to implement key enablers as part of the consolidation phase to reposition the bank as a sustainable DFI. These enablers span across 5 core elements: the funding model, commercial model, delivery model, the credit risk model, the operating model. Some critical priorities this year include strengthening the funding model. I'm still on slide 3. Improving loan book quality as well as driving revenue diversification. Partnerships, sustainability, and digital transformation are also at the heart of how the bank seeks to do business. We can move to slide 5. I'll indicate which slides I'm moving to just to make it easy. I won't be spending much time on this slide except to highlight that there is still significant disparity in access to resources between large and small scale farmers, and that black farmers are still not a significant contributor to the share of agricultural output by value. You'll see that across majority of key commodities, black farmers contribute less than 10% in output value. We can move to slide 7. In summary, I think here the key takeaway is that there is a clear contrast between the land bank of the 1970s and the current land bank. In the 1970s, land bank received state backing and significant funding directly from government, which enabled it to effectively support and develop the agricultural sector. Those who follow the sector closely will know that a number of large corporates in the agri sector that we have today really came from such support that was provided back then. Post 1994, there was a shift towards alternative funding sources such as the debt market. While the bank was able to unlock funding in the debt capital markets, unfortunately, this also meant that to some extent, its developmental and transformation mandate would not be as robust as pre-1994. Given some limitations to provide strong or sufficient concessional funding to clients without jeopardizing its financial sustainability. The mismatch in asset and liability of the land bank started showing cracks, which led to the bank's default in 2020. In simple terms, this means that the bank is not optimally funded. It is very clear that for the land bank to effectively support the agricultural sector, it needs a strong funding model, which should also cater for inherent challenges in the sector. We can move to slide 8. On this slide, briefly, I want to just reflect that the Land Bank is mandated by the Land Bank Act to improve agricultural land ownership patterns, promote participation in agriculture by historically disadvantaged persons, and increase their ownership of agricultural land. An effective implementation of this mandate enables the achievement of a number of critical outputs or outcomes, one being food security, two, a sustainable sector transformation, three would be job creation, four is rural development, and of course the GDP contribution, while at the same time being a good environmental steward. On slide 9, again here I won't spend much time except to mention that the bank strategy has been informed by objectives of the AMP. We can go to slide 10. This slide reflects that the mandate of Land Bank is to develop and transform the agricultural sector, and we seek to do that in a financially sustainable manner by providing services to the sector which include affordable finance, products that will help close the equity and collateral gap, mainly currently being blended finance. We also facilitate access to productive land, facilitate pre- and post-finance support programs, including market access, to minimize risk of failures by new or emerging players. Slide 12. I think here again I've already spoken about the three-phased approach and where we are, so I won't repeat it. We can go to slide 13. These are the 5 core elements I referenced earlier. On the funding model, the bank has intensified efforts to raise debt funding in the current financial year. It's a very critical work stream which requires support from National Treasury. From our perspective, it will be almost impossible for Land Bank to raise new funding without the support of National Treasury. And we are very appreciative of the good relationship and meaningful engagements that we have with National Treasury. We have been in conversation with Treasury on this, and we await feedback in that regard. On the commercial model, focus is to grow our interest and non-interest income. On the delivery model, we will be leveraging strategic partnerships to increase our reach and support our clients, and this includes implementation of the aggregation model as well as the pre- and post-finance support programs. With regards to the credit risk model, focus is to continuously review our credit policy to ensure they are supportive of the bank's mandate. We also have a tough job of ensuring that we improve the NPL ratio, which of course you may recall increased as a result of the bank selling a significant portion of its good loan book following the default, and that was done to enable the bank to repay some of its debts. So in a way, this was, let's call it by design, because the bank was required to unlock significant cash from its existing loan book. And lastly, on the operating model, our process re-engineering work stream is currently underway, which will enhance our processes. As an example, currently we are developing a new CRM system that will automate the origination workflow and improve turnaround times, while at the same time enhancing our client service experience. Let's move to slide 14. As an ecosystem coordinator, which is one of the key roles we see ourselves playing, the bank will assist clients to gain market access through partnerships. We have signed a number of partnership agreements with market access partners such as Woolworths, Boxer, Tiger Brands, McCain, and Heineken, to name a few. Secondly, we also assist clients to gain access to like compliance, fund application support for funding readiness, technical support, post investment, mentorship, and business support. At the core of this ecosystem, of course, Land Bank provides a number of financial instruments to support clients, including debt finance, blended finance, and insurance. We can jump to slide 19. So following the strategic refresh post the default, the bank identified a number of priorities. We have since been executing on this, and this is still work in progress. However, we zone into some of the critical priorities for the current financial year. Top of the list will be funding. We also need to resolve the NPL. So NPL remediation is a core focus. Efficient management of operating costs, very, very important. Continue to focus on loan book growth, revenue diversification, governance and compliance, very, very important as well. Sustainability is a topic that we are elevating given our funding discussions, and it's pervasive across our discussions with funders. And lastly is to ensure that organizational effectiveness continues to be strengthened. We can move to slide 25. I'll now be touching on the land bank performance plan, and then MD will come back to touch on the land bank insurance performance plan. So our performance plan for the current financial year covers 5 areas. 1 being development effectiveness, 2 is financial sustainability, 3 is stakeholder management and client centricity, 4 is organizational effectiveness, and lastly is governance. And we have a number of KPIs across all these 5. I'll highlight some of them. Of course, the presentation was shared, so the details will be with you. Under development effectiveness, blended finance loan disbursement, very important as part of our transformation objective for the sector. In the 2026 financial year, which just ended in March, we disbursed 1 billion rands in blended finance loans, which was more than 70% above the previous year. This current financial year, we are targeting to disburse 900 million. I should highlight here that this is dependent on availability of grant funding. For blended finance, on average, we would need about 900 million grants for this target. As you know, we only currently receive 325 million rands from the Department of Agriculture. Given the significant progress made in the past financial year and the increased demand and execution effectiveness, this is an area we need to monitor carefully, because the grant component can be a limitation to our ability to reach that target. Of course, there are discussions underway to address that. Secondly, it's agro-energy fund disbursements. We are targeting to disburse 100 million this year, which would be more than double what we disbursed in the past financial year. And on non-blended finance, so these are pure loans with no grants blended with them. In the current financial year, or the past financial year, which ended in March, we disbursed 686 million rands in loans, which was more than 200% increase against the prior year. So phenomenal performance in that regard. In the current financial year, we are targeting to disburse 800 million. And of course, all these initiatives are underpinned by the funding discussion I referenced earlier. If we move to financial sustainability, some of the KPIs that are critical would be NPL ratio. We are targeting to improve this from 51.2%, which is where we ended in the last financial year. We're targeting to get to 44% in the current financial year. Also important for us is to continue efforts to generate more non-interest revenue income. We're giving ourselves a target of 100 million rands there. I think worth highlighting here is that the cyber incident, which I believe members will be aware of, impacted our timelines for critical submissions, both to lenders and National Treasury. Of course, we did our best to manage those effectively or proactively. This has the potential, more so from the National Treasury side, result in non-compliance due issues. You will recall that our systems were down. We did not have access to emails or systems, so it was practically impossible for us to submit any report on time. As you know, PFMA has got strict timelines. So as a result, by the time we're in the heat of things in January with the cyber incident, that was one of the timelines that we missed, being the end of the month in Jan to submit the Q3 report. So that has the potential of impacting our compliance status. Suffice to say, for the current financial year, we are targeting to ensure, like we did in the past year, to meet financial covenants with lenders as well as our lender undertakings. And of course, still provide our National Treasury reports on time. We have engaged National Treasury on this. We await shareholder determination as to what those delays mean, but we are referencing that here prudently so. With regards to the third KPI area, stakeholder management and client centricity, I think what's key to highlight is that we seek to continue managing our turnaround times within acceptable levels. We're targeting that 75% of our transactions should be approved within 60 days and at least 60% disbursed within 50 days. We also want to cap client attrition to 10%. And if I move to organizational effectiveness, we will be launching an employee academy. We are targeting that 80% of initiatives in this should be approved by year end. So we are commencing a program as part of our staff development. We have, pleasingly so, already launched the Farmers Academy, which was launched in March 2026. Focus will now be to strengthen implementation to ensure we can enroll more clients here, and also importantly have those clients demonstrate or evidence improvement in their operations as a result of that Farmers Academy. Another important factor here is the IT strategy coming from the cyber incident. This of course becomes more important. Board approved a security enhancement strategy at the beginning of the year. We of course need to ensure that key priorities in that are implemented swiftly so in the year. Again, we have a balancing act challenge here because a number of our IT strategy strengthening initiatives dependent on capital outlay. So the funding discussion or fundraising becomes critical to ensure we are able to speed up execution of these very important deliverables. And maybe to also highlight that we seek to embed a people and talent integrated management framework. We've identified a number of critical roles and given ourselves a target of 60 out of the 118 that should have plans in place in the current financial year. And lastly, under this, just to highlight the CRM system I referenced earlier, is currently in development, is being developed in phases. We're adopting an agile methodology where we develop a portion and it starts becoming live and we can start using and testing it. The plan is that by the end of this financial year, the CRM system should be fully live. And lastly, to touch on governance, very important here, we have a clear target for a clean audit in the current financial year. Of course, continue to focus on reducing wasteful and irregular expenses. We also target full compliance with PFMA, which I referenced, was a challenge in terms of compliance to submission deadlines arising out of the cyber incident. With that now resolved, our expectation is, we should be able to submit all reports on time. And I'll hand over to Managing Director of Land Bank Insurance to take us through the last segment of Land Bank Insurance. Pascal, over to you.
Thank you, CEO. Good afternoon to members. I'll take the pack as read, so I'll just fly through the presentation as it relates to Land Bank Insurance. I'll stay on this slide for a bit and then move on to slides 30 and 31 and 32, and that will then conclude my presentation. Chairperson, members, this slide sets out the plan, and this has been our 5-year plan, our 5-year journey, and we are entering the third year of the plan. And the focus was really on these 5 strategic priorities. As one would expect, as we started that journey, first was to look at creating capacity and capabilities on which to build the plan, acquiring an insurance system. We've always used hired systems from the market, bringing in people with the relevant skill sets and technical competencies in agriculture. specifically agricultural insurance. The second one speaking to customer centricity, and I won't go through each one of them, but it was very clear to us that we have to build a multi-line business, different products that support farmers in different ways, and that is covered on the next slide. Important for us as well was to improve and increase our focus on development and transformation, and we had to come up with initiatives and tactical approaches to look at how we best support farmers. It speaks in part to my previous comment on the customer centricity, build different products relevant for the different market segments, and then to look at how we can improve our reach. How do we touch more farmers? How do we build an inclusive, how do we support an inclusive agricultural sector? And look at different products for different segments, as I've said, but also keeping in mind that ultimately the business has to be able to wash its face. So we have to keep maintain profitability, look at our pricing, look at our underwriting, look at how we manage our portfolios, all of that with a view to grow. So those five pretty much are the anchors and the real big things that we need to do. But those are obviously supported by human capital, IT, and keeping an eye on the controlled environment. The Chairperson, I'm going to move on to slide 30, which speaks to where the focus is going to be in the coming year. In this slide, you'll see we've depicted all of the performance indicators. We've also indicated what the actuals were as we closed the financial year 25 and 2026 and building onto the budget. I won't go through each one of them. I'll just go through the financial sustainability matrices and then also look at the development and transformation. You will see we really battled with our expense base, but that is a function of growth. Chairperson, the previous year presented significant weather challenges with excessive rains, which meant that farmers could not plow and plant on time, and certainly not to the extent that they would have wanted to. That impacts our top line. So that number you see at 805 million rands is lower than the target that we've set. We've projected to write just about 900 million, so we came in short. So we've had to reset the plan based on the volatility of the weather. You can also see the claims ratio, which is at 83%. We're introducing interventions to bring that down to 62. But given the weather volatility that is out there, as you can see on the FY26 actuals, we've started to think about what else we need to do, which is perhaps to introduce other product lines which are less volatile and which are less impacted by the weather. So we've outlined all of our plans in the preceding slides. I think just to go to the next slide, I'd like to very quickly talk to the development and transformation, which is the KPI that you see depicted here. There are three key areas that we want to look at. One is just to strengthen our focus on the BBBE, making sure that our service providers, our partners, that we can provide more focus in this area. So there are investments that we are going to make sure that our BBBE rating improves. We are also going to continue our investments in consumer education, making sure that farmers understand risk mitigation strategies, how to buy insurance, how much insurance to buy, the relevance of the different product lines. That is quite a big area of focus for us to support an inclusive agricultural sector. And then, of course, we're targeting to grow the actual policy numbers of black farmers as compared to the total number. So we're setting ourselves a target of 5%, and that will grow over time but all our efforts and investments at the moment are on making sure that we can start creating impact, particularly around supporting Black farmers to be sustainable. Chairperson, I'll end here and we'll take questions later. Thank you.
Thank you, Land Bank. Colleagues, it's time for comments and questions. I'll start with Honorable Des van Rooyen, and then I'll take Honorable Makubela. And if there's any other hand, will follow. Thank you. That order. Honorable Des van Rooyen. Looks like we got a hiccup. Honorable Makubela, you can come on board.
Thank you, Chairperson. The first question goes to GTEC. On the APP, on your APP, you've included indicators on technical advisory support to departments and municipalities. How many institutions were supported, and how many of these interventions resulted in projects reaching a procurement or implementation stage? And how many remained at the planning level, if you are able to give us that information? Also, on your APP references support for infrastructure delivery on the economic recovery plan of the country. Can GTEC quantify out of these projects what has been the impact in jobs creation, and can you also indicate whether these projects we are able to see them in provinces? Which of these provinces? To Sasria, the APP includes indicators on claims processing turnaround time. Can we get an indication on the claims that are processed within stipulated time frame, and where there are delays and backlogs? Can you explain what are the challenges? And then your APP also refers to expanding coverage and accessibility. How many new policies and clients, particularly in the SMMEs and in the township enterprises level, have been added? And how does this compare to your annual targets that you've put out for yourself? Are you able to increase the annual targets, or you have challenges, particularly in this area of small SMMEs and township enterprises? On the land bank, the APP outlines target for a number of and value blended finance transactions that were approved. And then for 2026 and 2027, can you be able to compare with the previous financial year the level of approvals and whether this shows an indication of improvement? And in relation to your loan performance and sustainability indicators, what percentage of blended finance supported projects are currently performing versus distressed, or the non-performing ones. The APP also references integrated farmer support. How many funded projects includes full support package? That includes the land acquisition, the working capital, and the infrastructure and market access. And what evidence exists that these integrated models has an improved or success rates? The last for land bank is from a developmental position or perspective. What are the APP targets for job creation, productivity gains, and the contribution to food security in the country? That will be my questions, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Chairperson.
Honorable Van Rooyen.
Thank you very much. Chairperson, sorry, I'm traveling, but I think I will be audible that side. On GTEC, it's clear that GTEC is going to change its business support model more into what they call consulting hub and program management hub. My question, Chair, is how will they ensure that this new operating model improves responsiveness and value for money? Because I'm more worried that if that question is not answered, they might be introducing this hub unintentionally creating additional internal layers or transition risk, or just a bureaucratic process. Could you please answer on how this introduction of the new model is not going to create that unfortunate development? And my question also, hello? Hello, Chairperson, can you hear me?
You are audible.
Okay, no, I hear there is noise in your
No,
background.
colleagues, can we mute because I can hear that there is some bit of interaction there. Can we mute? Thank you, Honorable Van Rooyen.
Sasria, according to their vision 2029, they are targeting to build own funds of 30 billion, while their available capital was set to 21.6 billion as at December last year, the end of last year, in fact. And they are targeting for this financial year, according to their KPI target, equity of 22 billion. Now, my question is, what exactly are the assumptions that underpin this growth to 30 billion by 2029? And of course, I'm asking this, Chair, being sensitive to catastrophic, eventuality of catastrophic events like unrest and, of course, issues of weaker investment returns or even higher reinsurance costs. What really informs this target of 30 billion? And of course, to the land bank, the land bank is making reference to this issue of Farmers Academy. I don't think, as a committee, we have the details of this academy. It will be important for us to have the details so as to understand what type of training is provided by the academy, its accreditation, and its processes of enrollment for potential beneficiaries. I think it will be very, very important, Chair. But also, Chair, I was looking at the non-performing loan ratio, which in the last financial year
I think in 2025, as we know, it was around 54.7%. And in the last financial year, it was at 51.2%. Now they are targeting to take it to, for this financial year, to 44%. I think as a committee, we need to understand what are the main drivers of this high non-performing loan ratio, but also which sector or client categories are most affected, and how realistic is this target of 44%? But also, Chair, the other interesting thing is this thing, the modeling. I think as a committee, we should be briefed both by the Land Bank and the National Treasury about the details of this engagement of the funding model that the Land Bank is referring to. But it also be of help if, because the Land Bank is asserting that the current funding model is not even helping in terms of bringing more black farmers on board, because we have abandoned what according to me I can easily say it was a working model where the apartheid government was intervening aggressively to support white farmers, and that model was abandoned. And of course, the new model that is being used was introduced. But I think if there is a study that the Land Bank has conducted for them to come to that assertion or determination, I think please refer us to that study, because I think your assertion is very, very crucial. Because remember, we are all worried of this low rate of participation of black farmers in the farming sector. So I think if there's a study that the bank has conducted to confirm this particular assertion, let that information be shared with the committee. And lastly, Chair, on the insurance side, I can see there are issues around triple BE compliance by the Land Bank Insurance. It remains non-compliant on its triple BE rating. Can we get the details of why this status? Thank you very much.
Thank you. And perhaps as you're talking about the insurance, just to understand from Land Bank side in terms of the support that they're giving to farmers. Obviously, commercial farmers would go to commercial banks. But in terms of those that are within Land Bank, what kind of support are they given? Particularly in terms of the risk management. I mean, for now, for instance, you're talking about El Nino that might actually, change the patterns in terms of what could happen in this financial year. What kind of support are we giving to those farmers, both that are within our loan book, but also farmers that would still want to get, for instance, you had about 599 applications. Those are already farmers. What kind of support are we giving beyond the non-financial assistance? What else can we do to assist them in case El Nino does, take place? What kind of support can we give to farmers to prepare in such, disastrous environments? And in terms of GTEC, just how much more you think you can go beyond what you're already doing in terms of supporting municipalities, both in terms of technical, but also in terms of, because now we've realized that it's not only technical. Technical, it's actually, more influenced by leadership. So we need to go into the issues of leadership at that level, because it's not only if you don't have proper leadership, you can deal with all these technical issues. And as long as proper decisions are not being made, quality decisions are not being made, you'll continue to have have the same challenges that we're having. How far can we go in terms of, just supporting through GTEC, start looking at the issues of, leadership enhancement, support. Thank you. Thank you. To GTEC. Can we get the responses?
Good afternoon. If I could go from GTAC side then. It's Renette speaking again. I'm going to start with the question by Honourable van Rooyen about creating more bureaucratic layers and internal delay processes, etc., etc. And I want to assure the Honourable member that that's the last of what we want to do. It's the opposite of what we want to achieve. Indeed, GTAC is already quite a flat organisation where decisions can be taken and people can move. We don't have layers and layers of decision making. We've delegated authorities. This will be even flatter. There will be even more ability to make a decision and to move on requests and provide support without enormous bureaucratic processes that delay everything in government. So I would like to assure him that it's the opposite of a delayed process. But I'm very glad that he asked the question because it's something close to my heart. Let's get stuff going. Let's move. Let's make decisions. Let's be effective in government. When I look at the questions from Honourable Makubela, it's a little bit complicated for me to give you a single number right now because our projects overlap the financial years. So, but I can write to the committee and provide a very clear understanding of that. It's in the region of 100 projects, but these are small little projects like facilitating a strategic set of working plans up to millions of rands projects like the extracting of the UIF within the Department of Labour, the reorganisation of the Department of Labour, as well as the Workmen's Compensation Fund. So those are big, complex projects that take multi-year. But I'm happy to provide more information on that to the committee. Not all of these projects proceed, the technical advisory projects and the consulting projects proceed to procurement. A lot of the type of projects that I'm referring to here is projects that are about policy matters, reconsidering the local government fiscal framework, for instance. It's not necessarily projects that would lead to procurement. On the infrastructure side, yes. There we have big mega projects in the last year. 15 mega projects that's been approved. I mean, over 60 was looked at, but 15 met the quality requirements for the budget facility for infrastructure by the mega infrastructure approval unit. That was to the value of about 149 billion rands worth of work. Similarly, in the PPP unit, 27 priority projects, also to the value of about 35 billion rands. What the job creation focus is here, that would be not possible to say at this point. This is a first stage approval process that then is around the funding model and about the viability of such a project. It is not yet at the point of implementing. That's not the focus of what our work is. The implementing focus is back with the departments or the public entities who would be better placed to answer that. I can say that in the life cycle of the Jobs Fund, which is focused on creating jobs, we've had about 340,000 jobs created with the funding from the Jobs Fund, with a ratio of about 1 to 1.9 for every 1 rand from government. The funding return from the private sector was double, basically, what government put in. So those support projects, one would be able to talk about per province. I can also provide, I'm sure, the infrastructure projects. It is across the whole of the country. It is big projects. Many provinces are impacted by that. I'm happy to provide more detailed information, accurate and proper to the committee. Then just to say to the Honourable Chair, the type of municipal support that we are providing at the moment is about 110. It varies, 108, 110, somewhere there. Support staff within municipalities, within provincial treasuries, 2 municipalities, providing support on a number of these issues. The type of support that we are providing is under review. We are at the moment looking at what we call the capability model, where indeed, as the chair is mentioning, it is partly technical, which is what our main focus is, and where we can expand and provide more appropriate, perhaps, different types of technical support. That is at the moment under design, and we should be ready with that within the next 3 or 4 months to provide a clear direction on what we think is the best approach. Looking at the major reforms in the local government white paper, but also, a review of the local government fiscal framework. The leadership challenges, Chair, that is a very difficult terrain for a bureaucrat to step in. I do believe that we can provide technical training, support work, but it is a space that practically we as technocrats, the type of leadership support and work that's required at that level is something that is not within our purview. That's perhaps another organization can take that up. We are really focused on the bureaucratic and technocratic level. Thanks.
Okay.
Ben.
Sasria?
Okay.
Hello, Chair. Did you say Sasria?
If you are ready, you can come in.
Oh, thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you, members. I will start. First and foremost, I failed to introduce that in this presentation, I'm accompanied by our Executive Director, CFO, Mr. Dirk Kunz. So he is on the line as well. So I would like to introduce him to the members. And to deal with Honorable Makwala's questions, the first one around claims processing time. We basically, in all our claims processes, we are currently exceeding targets. At least 94% of our claims are settled within the requisite timelines. Where we experience challenges that it gets longer, it could be a number of things. Amongst them is, I mentioned at the beginning, our value chain. The client has to go through their broker if they bought the insurance through a broker, then to the insurance company, then the insurance company communicates with us. We have changed that process a little bit now. Once we get to know the claim, we bypass the insurance company and speak to the client's broker directly or speak to the client as well. The other complication, especially with large claims, for instance, we are currently dealing with a claim for the University of Forte. That claim amount is about 402 million rands. And given its size and so on, there's often certain complexities around agreeing what the amount should be paid with the client. And so we've got loss adjusters to do that. And then when we reinstate the building, like we go to construction stage, there could be some complications with the procurement process where, for instance, the set-asides, what is called the construction mafia. So those things could interfere, but they are quite minimal. As I said, at least 94% of our claims are paid within the time frame. The other question about accessibility and township enterprises. Sasria's, again, going back to the business model, is that we can insure everyone who can access an insurance product. So if a business in the township has got conventional insurance, they can buy Sasria. I think I've mentioned to this committee before, we are still experiencing challenges in finding a solution to sell directly to customers. Because as SASRIA, we operate in a regulated environment. So if you add your regulated costs and you add your distribution costs and so on, you'll find that it does not make commercial sense for us to sell the product because our cost of selling it is higher than the premium that we want to charge. So we are looking at alternative distribution channels. Yesterday, I met with a major retailer which has got stores in various, they are used, for instance, for paying grants and so on. And we are sort of starting those negotiations, whether we could have them as a distribution partner. We're looking at artificial intelligence platforms as well. But that journey is going to be a little bit longer. I would say, ma'am, is that 18 months from now, if I don't have a solution, if I answer this question in this particular way, then you can chop off maybe one finger or two. But right now, it is a problem because of the nature of the business model. Then I'll deal with the Honorable Van Rooyen's questions around the assumptions that inform the 30 billion. I will deal with the qualitative assumptions, and then the CFO will deal with the quantitative aspects of the number. But generally, you recall in the presentation, I told you that the average loss ratio of SASRIA is 33% if we exclude the catastrophic event of July 2021. If you include that catastrophic event, that number is over 1,000%. So one of the underpinning assumption is that the loss ratio will remain around the 35% loss ratio mark. Is that loss ratio realistic given what is happening in the country at the moment, the xenophobia or the protests against illegal immigrants, the protests that we are seeing around youth unemployment, the protests that we are seeing at universities because of some of the challenges that NSFAS is facing, and distress about accommodations for students and so on. So we've taken all those sort of things into account. We do qualitatively believe that that pressure is still building up. It hasn't reached quite a scenario where we think over the next 2 years it will reach a catastrophic event. If a catastrophic event were to happen, SASRIA will have to regroup again and start from scratch. But we needed to set a target to aim for so that we can mobilize resources and the forces to make sure that we get to that sort of 30 billion. So that's what informs the sort of the number. As I said earlier on, we believe that the elections will go, yesterday I presented in another committee, Chair. I might be making a mistake that I said it in this committee as well. We believe that the municipal elections are going to go relatively well, given what happened in the national and provincial elections. With that, Chair, I will just hand over to the CFO, Dirk, to just deal with the quantitative. We'll deal with the reinsurance, the investment income that informs that assumption, and the fact that we have 3 years to go up to 2029. Over to you, Dirk.
Thank you, Mpumi. And through your Honourable Chair, I will then respond to Honourable Van Rooyen's question building up to that 30 billion rand. I think there's mainly 4 drivers that contribute to us being able to achieve that, other than the comments that Mpumi has made so far. I think the primary one is then also the premium growth over the next few years. What you will see in SASRIA is that we have recently introduced a premium increase in October of last year, and we will start to see the impact of that coming through, especially in the new financial year, where we are making assumptions of around slightly less than 20% growth in our premium. In our normal, business, organic growth business. What we also then have introduced is a wrap product now early in this year on the 1st of April, which is an additional layer of cover above the current 500 million for mostly our corporate clients. So we have made some conservative assumptions regarding that, especially for the first year, but we will start to see some contribution of premium in future years in that regard. Then secondly is the loss ratio, which the CEO has referred to, where our budgets are actually done on a 37.5% loss ratio estimate. So as long as we stay within that level, we should be doing well in terms of our claims experience. Then another contributor is our reinsurance cost. It is quite a large cost of our expense base. We do incur around 11% currently on our catastrophe cover with our reinsurance partners, mostly internationally. But we do see, and then we have a quota share program, a proportional treaty also in place, which is currently around 20% of our premium and expenses that we pay on a net basis to our reinsurers. We do see an end to that particular quota share initiative by the end of 2027. And that would then further enhance our profitability going forward. Since then, we will be able to only have the catastrophe program, which we pay towards the reinsurers. And on that program, we're also seeing some improvements over time due to international circumstances and also better information that we are able to provide to those reinsurers. And then lastly is the investment income, which has becoming quite a significant contributor to our profitability. As you can imagine, we currently have around 20 billion rand of assets under management. And although we do have conservative forecasts for the returns that we'll earn on that portfolio, as most of our investments are in cash and in money market instruments because of our conservative approach, we will see a continuous contribution of investment income then to the bottom line. So those four factors combined will contribute most likely of us being able to achieve the round about the 30 billion in about 3 years' time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Sarfria. Can we get
Thank you, Chair. I presume it's Land Bank now?
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start with Honorable Makubela's questions on the levels of approvals for 2026 versus prior. So we do have that. If I can look at the stats here. So in the 2025 financial year, we approved a total of 2.3 billion rands in loans. And then in the recent financial year, which ended in March, we approved 2.9 billion rands in loans. And then moving to the question on percentage of BFS that are performing versus non-performing. So this is a metric that we track. Currently, our non-performing BFS loan metric is sitting in the region of 12%. So 12% of BFS loans are non-performing. That means they have not been able to pay for at least 3 months. And then, of course, the balance would be performing. You'll note that it's a very different metric to the NPL ratio we reflect at a group level, which I referenced earlier, 51.2 for the last financial year. And that's because the problem around our NPL mainly relates to what we call the legacy book. These are loans that were originated many years ago, most of which are originated via our service level agreements with external parties. Of course, we have discontinued that model. So that's in response to that question. And then the next one was, how many farming projects include full support end to end? So at this point, it's not a lot. And the reason is the partnership model is something new for the bank. We started capacitating that function sometime around 2023, early 2024. So focus has been, one, to capacitate the new function, and then two, start signing up, negotiating agreements with potential partners. A lot of work has gone into concluding those, and I referenced some of the names earlier. With the current financial year, given that we believe we've got sufficient partnerships now, focus is no longer on signing up new partners, but rather to start implementing with the partners that we have. We did have and I'll call it a pilot project, because it happened in a manner that the clients that we enrolled there, we could have selected better clients to ensure the outcome of the pilot gives us the result we want. We ran that pilot at the end of 2024, and I think we took some key learnings there, but really it's underpinned by the client base that was enrolled in there. Some of those clients were under restructure. That means they had some financial problems before, but the good thing about the model is it assisted them with post-finance support. That meant during planting, post-planting, at harvest season, there was a technical expert who was assisting these emerging farmers. I should also caveat it wasn't a full end-to-end, because the land wasn't financed by us, it was leased land. We financed the production facility, and the offtake was with support from our side. So in summary here, the implementation of this end-to-end model will only truly get a chance in this current financial year, given we've now capacitated the team, and we've signed a number of contracts or agreements with partners that will enable us to put this now into full implementation. What are our targets for job creation and food security? We don't target job creation, although we do track it. And I think since the launch of the blended finance scheme, let's show that we've supported 1,700 jobs through the fund that we to clients. So it's not something we target, but something that we track. And then moving on to Honorable Van Rooyen's questions, details on the Farmer Academy. So the Farmer Academy is not an academic qualification, so it's not accredited. It's really a support mechanism for emerging farmers. You'll know in the space where we work, there will be a number of farmers in the emerging segment that don't know how to put together a business plan. They don't know how to put together a credible funding proposal or application. Some of them, post-applying, don't have the necessary expertise, to farm relevant commodities. So this academy is an in-house initiated academy that will provide such support to emerging farmers. So, and we have seen interest even on various industry forums that we participate in, starting to get questions on this. Of course, we're happy to share more details on it, but it's really meant to enable the emerging farmer segment to start participating meaningfully and be well equipped to ensure when they approach us, they have all the relevant requirements in place, they've gone through training, etc., etc. And then the second question from Honorable Van Rooyen was with regards to the NPL ratio. What are the main drivers behind this high NPL? So maybe to refresh members' minds, prior to the default, the NPL ratio was at a very manageable level, much lower than what it is now. My colleagues can correct me, but I think it was probably in the lower teens. When the bank defaulted, lenders required that we had to repay them. Part of how we unlocked liquidity or capital to repay lenders, we had to sell a portion of our book. So when we did that, that meant that we were selling off a good portion that was performing so that we can have cash to repay lenders. By definition, it meant you are reducing a huge part of what is a performing book while you are still keeping the non-performing. So by derivation, the non-performing loan ratio spiked as a result of that. That's what I meant by it was by design. And I indicated earlier, a number of these clients were originated many years ago, most of them via the SLA arrangements, not internally in the bank. So that's what's speaking to the high NPL. Is the 44% target realistic? We are conscious that we want to set a stretch target. Psychologically, it helps us drive internal focus with our staff to have a stretch target, because we need to get below that 50% quickly. Of course, there are a number of initiatives that that we've put in place to get us to this level, and we're happy also to share details around that. But just at a high level, part of that will include how we take a different posture to some of the very stubborn non-performing loans, where there's clear indication that some clients may have taken actions deliberately to not repay us. So we need to take a different posture with some of these clients, even how we restructure some of those loans to ensure that we don't drag the process, because what you end up finding, some of the clients put themselves in business rescue, and that just drags the process. So we are intentionally coming up with more creative ways, if you like, to see how we can resolve some of these stubborn non-performing loan books that have been originated some time back. And with those initiatives, we are hoping that we'll be able to get closer to that 44%. We're not saying it will be easy, but it's very necessary that we put all hands on deck and really focus our efforts to drive these. Of course, part of how it improves is our increased origination. As we lend out more good loans, that ratio will improve, which is what we saw last year as well. With regards to the question on the current funding model and the assertion made, maybe I need to clarify that. So what I mean by the bank is not optimally funded, it comes from the fact that our current funding is short-term in nature, and yet we are funding long-term investments or assets. So that asset liability mismatch is not optimal. Ordinarily, what should happen is we should be funding long-term investments with long-term loans, and that's where we need to get to. Our current funding discussions, we have a list of funders that we're busy talking to. Most of them are international DFIs. Will help us to get long-term funding so that we can continue to fund these long-term investments, such as farm acquisitions by our client. So that's what I meant by that. Of course, I think we would sound naive to expect that the bank should be fully funded by allocations from National Treasury. Given the scale at which we want to play, there will always be a need for accessing cheaper debt funding. Also, given where we are with our fundraising, it's like I said, it's almost impossible for us to access that debt funding without National Treasury support. What does that support look like? We are in discussions with the National Treasury for a guarantee to be provided as part of our funding. Lenders will be funding to us with that support, because where we come from post the default, we are not in a good state for any lender outside to say they're happy to inject capital. Of course, we've seen improvement in our performance, but they still need that indication from Treasury to say they are happy to support. So that's what I meant by it's not optimal. Of course, we would welcome allocations. It's something that we will be engaging Treasury on. We know there's a process with some deadlines coming soon for us to apply in that regard. It will be something we engage in as it will strengthen our balance sheet. I hope that clarifies the comment around the funding model. And then if I can move to to the chair's question, what kind of support are given to farmers? So currently with farmers that run into trouble, the bank is open to proactively consider those farmers for a restructure of their loans. And typically with BFS clients or emerging farmers, there may be a need for some grants to enable that restructure to take place. We've had some cases where that's been done, where we restructure a client's loan to ensure that they can still continue trading and service their obligations with us. So that will be one where we are proactive or amenable to restructure their loans. And then two would be the pre and post finance support. Although I should mention this kind of support, because we rely on external partners.
Can you hear me? Just a second. I can hear that there is some interjection there. There are people that are busy conversing. No, we kindly mute our gadgets so that we allow the presentation to continue. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. So the pre and post finance support is one avenue where we seek to provide more support to farmers. However, I should mention this is going to be a funded support. So either the bank will need to set aside a budget to service the third-party providers, or we need to unlock some grants for this. And we are in discussions through our treasury team with potential funders to see how we can unlock grant funding for such programs. Internationally, it's something that seems to be provided for this kind of grants to support emerging farmers. So that would be one. And then the other, of course, we have a team of agri-economists as part of our monitoring activities. Part of the support provided to our clients is the advice that our agri-economists provide on farm to clients. That's non-financial. Of course, it ensures that they are able to perform as expected and service their loans. So the technical finance support would either come in the form of advice from our internal team, but more importantly, and we believe this one will be impactful, is the post-finance support where we are busy signing up some of the tail end partners to provide this kind of services where they will assist our clients. I'm just checking if I've left out anything you'll advise, Chair, but I can perhaps pause there for now.
Chair, there were some questions for insurance. If you don't mind, I can respond to those. Thank you.
You can go ahead, Mr. Pascal.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start with the question that was raised by Honorable Van Rooyen around BBBE, where it was noted rightly that we've been non-compliant. The BBBE scorecard measures 4 elements. I won't go into the detail of them in detail, but the 2 areas that have presented challenges for us are, number 1, the enterprise development, which is the supplier development. In our industry, the value chain is still untransformed. So when you look for brokers, for instance, most of them are still non-black. And that is where the bulk of the spend goes. You also have assessors who must assist to validate claims when claims arrive. In the industry, most of the assessors are still non-black. So we're investing in processes to train black brokers, processes to train black assessors, so that we can create a pool of black brokers that we can pay when they bring in business. We match them with the business opportunities, with farmers, with farmer groups, so that they can write business, and we pay them commission. And in that way, our enterprise development or supplier development rating will improve. The second area is the socio-economic development, which is another key aspect of the BBBE rating. And here again, I think it speaks to investments that we need to make to stakeholders in the insurance industry, where we make investments, particularly around training Black institutions in the industry to participate, to support, and in return for that, we'll then obviously be able to improve our rating. So those are the two areas where we have tripped up. It's not really a land bank insurance issue, it's an insurance market issue. But we have to do our part to invest in Black enterprises so that in return we can also improve our BBBE rating. There was a question raised by Honorable Member Sikwati around how we support black farmers, and reference was also made to the El Nino phenomenon, which does, when it happens, impact farmers. So there's two ways to respond to this. One is fit for purpose products. So we have developed drought products, which are mainly targeted at your smallholder farmers, both crop farmers and livestock products. So we're bringing these products to market to support farmers to mitigate against the risk of dry conditions. That's the first one. And then the second one is just continue our efforts to improve farmer education, for them to understand what products are available, how much cover is required, etc., etc. So it's all around the Farmer Academy, as CEO has referenced. So those are the two key interventions in place to support Black farmers against weather volatility. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Is there any other comment? If none, let me check if our chairperson has been able to make it back to the meeting, as he was busy with other matters that were so much pressing.
Yes, Tlawiro, I'm here.
Yeah, Dr. Mkachane, yes, you may conclude the meeting. Sir. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks very
So,
much.
sorry, Chair.
Honorable Van Rooyen.
Sorry, Chair. I thought the acting chair will recognize my hand because I do have follow-up questions, but of course I will put those follow-up questions in black and white in the interest of time. But I'm just concerned about the response that we just received from the land bank insurer. This indication that brokers and assessors are still wide at the expense of our national transformation agenda of transforming the financial sector. It doesn't go well with me, Chair, because it's as if it's a new revelation. And truly speaking, this is not a revelation. We're supposed to be hearing from the insurer as to the results of the intervention that they've made to make sure that black brokers and assessors are properly empowered. But now we are told that their initiatives, it's like it's a by the way thing. And I'm a bit worried if this is the attitude that should be displayed in these engagements. And my humble submission, Chair, is that can we furnish with a comprehensive report on the work that the land bank insurer has done to make sure that this sector is the role that is assigned to them, they comply with it to the fullest. What they have done, how many people have went through this process, Are there any results? I mean, almost 30, almost more than 2 decades down the line, the insurer can't present anything tangible to demonstrate that this is the impact of the interventions to empower Black people as brokers and assessors. I think we really need to get a comprehensive report around this, the intervention of the bank, I mean of the land bank insurance, because truly speaking, Chair, I'm not happy how this response has been presented. Excessive is just one of those things that should not be taken serious. We are not doing well in transforming the financial sector, and as a result, majority of the Black people are not participating in that space because those who are given authority to transform the sector are not moving aggressively or radically in terms of dealing with their mandate. So please, Chair, my humble request is that can the committee be furnished with a comprehensive report on the intervention that have been made and the results thereof. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Van Rooyen. Land Bank, as requested by Honorable Van Rooyen, please put together a squad for holding the fort when I was busy with the other matters which are pressing on my side. And thank all the members of the committee for your presence and participation. Thank the entities that report to National Treasury for coming to Parliament and report on their APPs and strat plans. And thank the Deputy Minister, Dr. Masondo. I'm not sure if he's back because he had other pressing commitment of an investment conference. Our support teams and media. And let me indicate that what we are doing is an exercise of public entities being accountable to the public, coming to Parliament to account for the public money that we vote for as a Parliament. This is a requirement in terms of Section 195 of the Constitution that requires public administration, which include entities, to account to the public. And as members of Parliament, we represent the public. And I would like to note that there's a lot of improvement on some of the reports that we have received here. Take a case in point, Sasria. Last time when we visited Sasria in Johannesburg, it was immediately after the outbreak of the unrest. It was at the distress stage. And now, as you heard the CEO, the CFO reporting that things have changed positively. We have to acknowledge that. And the same with Land Bank. You'll remember Land Bank was a topic for discussion. It was like it was on the verge of collapse at some stage. Remember, this bank ordinarily belongs to the Department of Land Reform, but it had to be taken to Treasury because of the challenges that it was facing. Despite all the challenges, we believe that there is a lot of improvement. And the experience that we had last week by visiting PIC and SARS has exposed us to the good work that those entities are doing. There are challenges of that project that we visited, Daybreak, for instance, but we can't ignore what they are doing in big investments, like in mainly in precinct. So GTEC, I think, will need some time with you to deal with this issue of reprioritizing of public spending, where we'll not be dealing with your APP and strat plan, but to deal with your core mandate, because it's a matter that comes time and again when we approach the budget and the MTBBS in October. And the Ombud, thanks very much. I'm not sure whether you were there last week when we visited SARS. The good work that we are doing in terms of monitoring SARS is yielding results. So I felt I should mention this so that entities should not think that when they come to Parliament, we are coming to look only for wrong things. That's not our mandate. Our mandate is to make sure that what you are doing is in the interest of the public. And where there are challenges, you have to go back, as members have highlighted, and correct those challenges and report back. So thanks very much. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.